Now we're going to our next agenda is the presentation. This I would ask MFMR representative CBRM Michael to come up on to update of the overall CBRM program within the country. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll be doing the presentation on behalf of the CBRM section. The update to all of you of implementation of coastal fisheries management through CBRM in Solomon Islands. Okay. So this is the content of the presentation. There are 7 main points that I'll be discussing, highlighting about CBRM and related component. So context of CBRM in Solomon Islands. 90% of Solomon Island boundary is ocean and only 2% land. And so there's increasing competing and conflicting interest around this use of space here, where requiring improved management measures and efforts, people-centered regarding Solomon Islands resource policy. There are around 6,000 coastal communities inside the Solomon Islands, where community people are the resource owners of these coastal areas through family or tribal units. And so community-based resource management have now approach where government taken for addressing of the issues where law context in Solomon Island in the geographical location spread of the islands. And so under Fisheries Management Act 2015, Section 17 and 18 provide for communities to develop their community fisheries management plans. And so CBRM section within the Ministry of Fisheries, I'm not responsible for carrying out community-based resource management work in Solomon Islands. I mean, when communities of send account of expression of interest. So Solomon Island, I mean, government and partners plan have been supporting and providing, implementing CBRM work over past 10 years or so. And so this for Solomon Island community-based coastal and marine resource management strategy and a document where you're using for implementing of the community-based resource management work inside the country. And this was a strategy of a collective approach where developed by stakeholders inside the country. And so come out with them several programmatic areas where we have support for um, helping other communities develop with an enabling environment and a strategic programmatic plans, whereby have make a nationwide scale up of CBRM inside the country. And so, main actors of community-based resource management in the country, we have the two government-led agencies, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Fisheries. And we have international NGOs and also local NGOs. And community people of resource owners. So chart over there, if you're looking, we have so now CBRM section approaches and activities, where CBRM section sits within Ministry of Fisheries Inshore Division and have work closely with the provincial division and policy division and collaborate with NGO partners, line ministries, and provincial fisheries officers, where activities were carried out in color green, awareness, community service management plans, trainings, and baseline survey. And so for awareness, the types of awareness that we carried out, targeting schools, communities, and public events, such as trade fair or World Oceans Day within Square, even other provincial second appointed dates. And a mode of awareness, including face-to-face through presentations. Within Ministry of Fisheries, we have radio program every Wednesdays. We have Facebook page for Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, and also Solar Living Facebook page. And then printed materials such as posters, pamphlets, books, and pamphlets. For baseline surveys and monitoring, with the help of our research section, we carried out to determine targeted species and status of fisheries within our management areas. And it involves community monitors, committees, and it also gender inclusive, where women are also included in this. For training of trainers, we have training of trainers for provincial fisheries officers, training of trainers for community facilitators, champions, CBRM trainings on relevant topics for communities, and then monitoring trainings. We help communities to develop their simple community fisheries management plans and also detailed community fisheries management plans where towards gathered raw processing. If we go bottom left, I'm launching flow management plan, community fisheries management plan, or one for community flow central programs. And we have collaborations with provincial fisheries officers under MISIF and FAT program, where I'm providing financial support for our provincial officers, where also we implementing other CBRM activities. Implementation progress of CBRM related activities. So CBRM level of engagement, as you may be aware, level 1 in awareness and information sharing. Level 2 provided by level 1, where communities of the Senate expression of interest for ministry, and then level 3, ministry and Guadalcanal communities for providing technical assistance. While the project collaborations and partnerships, I mentioned a few. We have Pacific Island Regional Ocean Shield Project program or proper SB proper project under World Bank. We have Making Strong Solar Fisheries Program or MISIF under MFAT. Pathways to Project under Worldfish. Livelihood improvement through community-based resource management and utilization phase 2 project under JICA. Pacific Bioscape program. John Allen Lord's Action Sustainability for Resilient Villages project for SOCAS and also the children. And SAFE project under UNDP. And we also work with the Somaka project with WWF. And Climate and Biodiversity Smart MST project currently underway. Just started with MFAT and Blue Nature Alliance and Pathway 3, or they call it Pathways for starting next year. These are the CBRM guiding documents. Some community-based coastal and marine resource management strategy. We also have Timbuktu Provincial CBRM Action Plan, Alien Draft, Makira-Urawa Provincial CBRM Action Plan, and Western Provincial CBRM Action Plan. These are the legal documents that supports the work of CBRM, Service Management Act 2015, MFMR Corporate Plan, Provincial Government Act, and Provincial Fisheries Ordinance. So far, I think consultation for Provincial Fisheries Ordinance and carried out was 6 provinces already. Some of the challenges faced when carrying out CBRM in some lands. First one, as you all know, due to geographical spread of the islands. And the staff in CBRM for Karamau, CBRM, Nightfall, Mrs. Blooming, and then enforcement and compliance for marine managed area, and one for the main challenges we may continue facing, and limited data on mapped marine areas, not only for each country, but and not reflected in SIG commitments to regional and international agreements. And data sharing is also a challenge within ministries and also with our partners. And then financial commitment and sustainability. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Just to little bit sorry for challenges, especially the geographical spread law, what highlights the this one related like for highlighting for 7, even though the ministry doesn't have that financial, but we rely heavily on our partners at home, and we are working with them. So we want to acknowledge our partners, our NGOs, and also donors who are helping us. And especially also to our provincial fisheries officers, they are stationed in the provinces. Not only that, but a lot of communities that the ministry is not aware of, doing CBRM, but they are carrying out the CBRM themselves. Would also like to acknowledge it. With that, thank you, Michael, for the presentation. Now I'll give it to Inuma-san. Oh, somebody to take us through. Take us probably after JICA CBRM do the presentation finish, and then probably we just have a few one or two questions or comments.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So you're coming to participate in this seminar. This is also the part of the JICA program to sharing into information of concern of the CBRM among the stakeholders, with the local stakeholders. So this time, I would like to present in the second phase of the JICA project, what the components of our project, what the perspective do we plan to make the goal and promotion of the CBRM. Okay. And then first part is I explain in some basic content of the CBRM. Okay, what JICA project to consider for the CBRM, and how we like to promote what kind of model we like to promote in social area for CBRM promotion. Nunggalin apa kah? Balan? Bukan. あ、動いた。どっちをしたこれ
これ次行くと思います。
あ、いった。OK. First of all, I would like to explain about the framework of the JICA, MFMR Fisheries and CBRM program, and the second phase. That's the framework of the technical cooperation under the second phase JICA program. Title of the project. Actually, it's a component of the combination of the two short-term expert program that we call it's named Advisor for Promotion Community-Based Coastal Resource Management in Solomon Island. So this program already started in March this year, and 3 years project we would like to close to this project in February 2028. Okay. But now two experts working for dispatched by JICA. One is me in Inuma. And I'm in charge of strengthening the improvement of the extension system for the CBRM. And Asimi-san work for especially the field practice or pilot activity for the promotion of the CBRM. Okay. We work together. Asimi-san is staying a long time. So he is 1 year, 8 months in Slovakia. And time to come here to go as advisor or coordinate in this program with Peter-san, some another counterpart. Okay, counterpart organization in the Ministry Fisheries. This is the basic structure of the project. Objective that this technical cooperation is strengthening and extension and promotions, integrating the CBRM approaches with a livelihood improvement for and foster community in the zone area. So to achieve this project goal or objective, we set it, JICA set the 3 expected output. One, in the preparation of the CBRM action plan for target communities. Okay. Second one, we already prepared, developing one in the model for integrating the CBRM with livelihood activity. So we try to diversify that model Okay, we consider several measures and to make a practice in a pilot activity, and then we try to define and update in the CBRM text. Okay. And the third output in strengthening the extension structure CBRM. So we plan to make some improve the structure for promotion CBRM promotion, especially for extension side. So collaboration is seen also one of our challenge, how to encourage and fisheries or a community or engage in CBRM activities. Okay. This is basically the time frame of the project. So now is the first year stage. So basically we field survey to identify target groups, and then we just started the planning for CBR action plan for tentative targeted community. And then next year we like to start in the pilot activity. So we selected 7 community in the 4 province. So we like to start in the pilot activity in the next year. And third year that we like to okay. I make a survey, impact survey for confirming how is the outcome of the pilot activity. And then finally, we like to revise in the guideline of the guideline on the guideline integrated CBRM the practice of the live activity. This is a final outcome of the JICA this project. Okay, target area is we set in 4 provinces because this time actually, but in the first phases we target only 2 provinces, Guadalcanal and Malaita province. So we like to update and extend to our idea to other province. So we selected the 2 community, one in the Makira and second in the Isabel. Okay. So, but we very small project. That's why we carefully select in the kind of dominant community. In case of the Guadalcanal, we focus on the western side of Guadalcanal. We select in the Tierra Lake. Tierra Lake in the first main site of the first phase project, but we continue to support the TRA. We also invited the representative in the TRA here. And the Satuna. Satuna is a quite a new community. Yeah, just started to severe activity by the intervention of the Apollo project. And then South Malaita also, we we targeted South Malaita and Tarutuna in the western side of the south, west area, and the east area side in the Helvetia. Helvetia in the mangrove area. So we make a model for especially in the polar reef. But how to apply for in the mangrove area is also challenging for us. And we also said the Makira. Makira we concept on the western side and Tawatana and Ugi Island. Ugi Island, okay? And Swiss. Tawatana already start because the duty of the fisheries initiative and CBRM already Tawatana community already started CBRM activity. But the Swiss is quite new. So we started up to make an action plan, management plan, action plan, and from scratch. And we also work for Isabel province in the Pasokeo. Pasokeo also very new community. We like to advise them to how to devise in the management plan and make action plan. And then we set up to some regular activity to community continue to CBRM activity by themselves. Okay. So, basic concept in integrated CBRM, I just explained it briefly. Okay. Sorry, it's a mic is sometimes without Okay. We believe, we think, we have a 5 elements for promotion or development of a CBRM. One in the management approaches. So management approach should be integrated. So two other measures. One is the management measure to how to resolve conserve coastal resources. To support in the and that's the kind of management measure. We set up some private activity for the community. This is a supporting measure. Then we set in the management strategy. Okay, we target on the coastal species and how to control the harvest and under the community by themselves, and how effectively use fish catch or harvest for a contribution of the community livelihood. And then those things we integrate everything, and then we make a good plan for and management plan or action plan for CBRM. Okay. And then we also discuss, okay, that is also okay. We also some authorization and commit, we have to also make some committee group. That's what we call in the committee-based management plan. Sometimes committee fisheries management plan we call. And we also organize in the committee-based management committee. We sometimes we call the conservation committee. Completely can organize the committee members. And also fisheries staff in the time visit in the community to advise and collaborate, work together for promotion of CBRM. So that's the three issues. So that means three issues for the CBRM promotion in the community. First issue is capacity development on management committee. How community management committee work with for a contribution or continue for a CBRM activity. Second issues, how to improve and how in the management community management plan and action plan for CBRM activity. And third point is also how to compensate the support in the we set up to introduce to some the livelihood activity, collaborate and engage to with the CBRM activity. That's the three issues that we have especially in Honiara. And then in the first phase, I consider this model. So management plan and support the measure in a collaborated together, and then for promote in the CBRM effectively in a community basis. Okay. So this is the outcome of our first phase. So how to diversify, how to modify this model, update this model, is a challenge of the project, main challenge of this project. Okay. And what kind of management plan supporting measure for integrate CBRM approaches, the plan to by JICA project? I will little and explain that. First thing that so we like to make a good consultation on the community fisheries management plan, which species are targeted, what's the goal in the CBRM, who is the management committee member, and so on. So we arrange the management plan with the discussion of the local community, also official officer office in the zoo, to support in the community to prepare to management. And then resource monitoring the most important things. So community should understand this, how much resources still exist how improve the resources from last year. Okay? That is a good information for community decide they can harvest or not. Have to the continue to current existing preservation rule or not. So we promoted the community to regularly to monitor target species, especially in the shellfish, torcas, clamshell, and sea cucumber and reef fish. Okay. We mainly focus on the torcas in this project. So how in a control the torcas, how to preserve the torcas resources, and how to utilize local resources for community economy, community livelihood. So especially the work in the Tiano Bay, but in this project we like to extend the Tiano Bay model to another community. And we also work for an installation of the cold freezer as a small infrastructures for the community. And these are community will be used for keep in the fish catch for their food security as well as to promotion in the livelihood activity, selling and marketing in the community area, and then get some the benefit, and then share the benefit into the community. And then some money, some benefit will be used for conservation activity. So this is one of the, and also at the same time, we ask the community to take the note in how much fish they buy and in the stock in the reserves. That's a basic information for fish catch data in the community. So that's also is very important to for community understand and also control the fish catch in that area. And then we also make a many awareness program. We put it as a signboard, and sometimes our guests in the JICA and embassy is a good chance to community presenting their activity to some another person. And then sometimes we collaborate with JLC volunteers, and we make an environmental education, especially the marine resources in the school. And as a supporting measures, this is a fisheries project, but I work together in the custom garden. We are promoting in the improve the skill and technique and skill in the organic and farming activity. Actually, we work for marine resources work, but the main person is a man, and the younger man, older man, and come work together for marine conservation activity. How to okay, how to facilitate the women and ladies if engage the coastal management and conservation activity. So we discussed in the custom garden and we collaborate together. Women basically the work for in the land side in the farming activity. Okay, we collaborate farming activity, and then we also come to asking to come to join in the conservation, marine conservation activity too. And then farming activity also the make a good benefit for the community for a contribution of the food security in the community also. And then we deploy the fish aggregation device. This is a program on the Ministry of Fisheries, but we collaborate that's a FAT program, especially in the Tiano and maybe Tawatana in the Makira-Urawa. So how to utilize the FAT for conservation activity. That's the big challenge and the big approaches. And also we one of the collaborate in the aquaculture section. We include aquaculture section to advise to community to start in the European culture. That's also one of the livelihood activity in the supporting for in the CBRM activities. Then this program we try to make in the dialogue in the first phase, but due to COVID-19, with suspension of the program suspension. So actually in the tourism activity, we stopped, yeah, uh, in the tier way in the first phase. Before in the so no more in the tourist in the come from the outside. But this is also important challenge for us. So we like to make us some maybe tier way. It's a kind of my forward. So we like to restart again in a tourism activity, tourism promotion activity, especially community utilize protected marine resource marine area for in the tourism activity. They see for some of the benefits from those activities. Okay, to diversify that kind of model, we step in the several ideas. Data acquisition also explained. One thing is that now fisheries, especially fisheries start in the promote the coral planting the practice in a community basis. We also support start in the coral planting the practice in the target community. As in for educational purpose, how to conserve the coral area in the community. And we also try to introduce the seaweed cultures. Actually, the Malaita province, so due to the provincial government in the Malaita, so they already start in the seaweed cultures. Many community already start seaweed cultures there. So we also collaborate those programs, and sometimes we support to introduce some another new community. So we work on that because that's also part of the collaboration with CBRM as a life site. In the mangrove area, we have not experience for in the mangrove area. So we set in the one mangrove area community elevation. We like to make some that in the multi-crop harvest control management the program in the elevation. But the content is still in discussing with the community now. And as I explained, we also restart and to make a challenge on the ecotourism promotion program in a tier way. If we have more time to, we like to make some another community. Okay, just
So, so I would like to introduce the contents and progress of activities and next steps. So during first field work, we conducted field surveys and we considered management measures and support measures. And the second field work, we conducted small workshops for prepare integrated CBRM plans and collaboration program among the Tianbe community, Ministry of Fisheries, SINU, and JICA. So at first, I would like to introduce first field work. As Inama-san also introduced, we visited 12 communities in Guadalcanal province, Malaita province, Makira-Urawa province, and Isabela province. Based on the recommendation from Ministry of Fisheries and provincial fisheries officers. So we also visited the target site of first phase, Tiaro Bay and Alakao for the monitoring. So we collected these informations to select target communities of second phase and prepare appropriate management measures and supporting measures. As I introduced, we visited 12 communities, but I will introduce the specific characteristic of selected communities as target site. So this is a result of his survey in Guadalcanal province. So TROV is a continued resource management since first phase, and accommodation and network is available now, and it takes about 2 hours from Honiara to TROV by OBM boat. So the distance is not so far. And Satona, they have same kinds of characteristic as TROV, and the community member want to start the resource management activities. So this is a result of his survey in Malaita province. Tarutuna is located in lagoon area, and they made a resource management plan 7 years ago. And Helvesi is located in mangrove area, and they also made a resource management plan 3 years ago. So both community needs to review the resource management plan based on the result of resource monitoring. And also they need to consider the supporting measures based on the location, lagoon and mangrove, to promote resource management activities. This is a summary of his survey in Makira province. Tawatama, FAT is working well, and chairman of resource management committee take a report of fishing around the FAT. And not only fisheries activities, but also agriculture activities, including cocoa production, is very active. And Sulawesi, provincial fisheries officer, recently promotes resource management activities in Ugi Island, including this community. And this community just started the resource management. So this is a summary of his survey in Isabel province. Bansokyo community has management plan for reef area between the main island and the smaller remote island. And Kumaga community worked with Ministry of Fisheries for the promotion of CBRM activities. So if we have enough time, maybe we will visit this community for the small follow-up activities. So we consider 2 management measures based on the result of field surveys. First one is introduction of resource management, and the second one is review of resource management. So first one is for the communities who didn't start the resource management activities so far. So we will conduct awareness on resource management and then prepare and implement the resource management plan together. Second one is for the community who has management plan. So we will conduct resource monitoring to update the resource management plan and then implement it together. We also consider several types of supporting measures based on the result of field survey. And this is existing ideas as Inaba-san already introduced. We think these ideas are appropriate for the target site of second phase too. So this is also existing idea as Inaba-san introduced. So new target province, Makira-Urawa province and Isabel province also harvest the troccas, but actually they just threw the shell away after eating. So it's better to use the shell as supporting measures. So this is a new ideas for JICA project. So for example, ecotourism, if we find these conditions, ecotourism is one option. And we will try this activity at the Bay. And Inama also said seaweed culture. Now Malaita province recently promote seaweed culture, so it's a good option for especially lagoon area. So seafood processing is also one option for not only the income generation, but also for food security in the community by improving the self-life. And then the Big Mac Club has high value at Honiara Central Market, and harvest management is effective for make more benefit. Processing. Processed cocoa has high value rather than unprocessed cocoa. So we think the community, especially in Makira province, has a potential of combined program, backyard gardening and cocoa drying. But we have to discuss this. We need some advice from Kastom garden this. And environmental education is also important if population size is very big, and because of the concern about futures overharvesting. And the coral plantation is also important for the recovery of habitat of marine resources. So next I would like to introduce second field work. So as a first step for making a preparation integrated CBRM plans, project team and the community conducted analysis of problems and solutions on resource management. So in Satona, Tarutona, and Helvesi. So at the same time, we conducted feasibility study on coral plantation in Tarutona and resource management training in Helvesi. So this is a result of analysis for Helvesi community. So they list up the problems and solutions regarding resource management, and they will continue the discussion based on this result, and maybe finally we will review the management plan. And we also conducted collaboration program among the Tiara community, Ministry of Fisheries, SINU, and JICA. So we mainly conducted the stock assessment of troccas for the reference of harvesting. After the assessment, the student of SINU presented the result of assessment to the Tiara Bay Resource Management Committee, and we discussed about the result. So lastly, I would like to introduce next steps. So next month, we will visit Guadalcanal and Sulawesi in Makira-Urawa province to conduct the same kinds of activities as Malaita province. And also, Ambassador of Embassy of Japan in Solomon Islands is interested in to go to CBRM communities, especially Tiara Bay. So we have planned to go to there together. So this is the next year's program. So we will continue the review and finalize the management plan to implement. And also we continue resource monitoring and supporting me now during field work we concentrate on resource management activities rather than livelihood improvement activities because resource management is core activities in this project. But from next year we start to make a plan of supporting measures to implement it. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you, if you don't mind, assuming for the detailed presentation about the CBRM program in the country. Now our time is, I think we are all right. Yeah, our break should be 10:15 to 11:10. But before we do that, I'll just give this opportunity to everyone if have any comments or any questions about the first two presentations. Almost no concern.
Okay, and so miscommunication, I think. Next presentation is from the Japanese office, but not at in the Zoom. Maybe my communication not good, I think so. That's why. So maybe next after the break, yes, maybe PF4 can be presented first. After that, I asked the JICA officer to present the overall strategy in the fishery sector in the for Makira.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Actually, a lot about this project and but appreciate agreement. Sorry, I have some question for this country. So, as is fishery sector, actually, annual system. So, the when we are working with the first, we are struggling with the customer data. So, what the difference of the customer intelligence system? So, if you have the some definition of the customer intelligence system, for example, from seashore to how many meters the property of the community or including the mangrove or not. So I didn't know that the community divided their land not land, their territory. So that's my question. And for the family to maybe community have some property or resource. Yeah. So what is the main resource of the seashore? So that's another question. So what my side for two questions. Yeah.
Did I answer, please?
Yes, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the first, the tenure, the customary tenure system, basically
Okay.
under the Fisheries Act as well as the, especially the Fisheries Management Act, the extent of community of fishing ground, it goes as far as extend from the fringing reef, and we go out to the sea where your eyes can see the corals down there, that's your, jurisdiction. You can talk about the management of that. But otherwise, the province also has say in that, because from the low water mark, until 3 nautical miles, the province also has jurisdiction. So yeah, basically what we encourage communities to do is, just talk about something that is your eyes can see, not too far. It will require a lot of work. And so the tenure system, the customary tenure system of people, the Solomon Islands, it's by custom, they have their demarcated boundaries. But if the resource you want to manage, like fish, if you want to manage fish doesn't stay in one place. It goes, has no boundary. Yeah? So if the species you are interested in managing goes into the other area, you have to talk with somebody that they look after the area, if they also want to go into management. With regards to I guess that mangrove, the Fisheries Act doesn't specifically talk about mangrove, but it talks about important marine habitats that are important for fisheries, and we all know that mangrove is one of them, because these areas are necessary and spawning areas for important fisheries that are communities they are interested in, and they are living on it. And so the forest, the mangrove is looked after by Ministry of Forestry, also probably and so there's a lot of conflicting. I mean, there's mismatch between the Fisheries Act and the Forestry Act, and even the Environment Act. We need to sort things out. So yeah, so I hope it answers a bit of. And then what's the next?
What are any sort of that? But make property of that, in the store or the activity.
It depends. Like if so, if the committee is on the island, I guess whatever is on the island is very important resource for them, as well as in the sea. But those that are on the mainland, I guess mangrove is very important resource for them. Just as I've said, it's important breeding or nursery area for important fish species, important to communities. And again, the land, the trees that are there, it's also important to them. That's the livelihood.
Thank you very much.
So we discussed this with Chikawa.
Yeah. So yes. I guess this I've heard some JICA program with the Ministry of Forestry. I think it's something that we can look into, collaborating with some important sustainable development that China is doing with the other communities. If one CBRM community also interested in that, we can collaborate. Yeah.
So I discussed this with Chikawa. So we challenged some program in the mangrove area, especially in the Helveshi, in the South Malaita. So which ministry take a responsibility the mangrove area? So fisheries or we say forest.
I guess the Ministry of, because it's in the specifically
Yeah,
in the forestry.
yeah, forest, yes,
So they are the responsible.
now, my understanding in a forest, okay, tree is belong to okay, administrative forest. But mangrove crab or conch shell is the marine resources in the living in the so mangrove area. That is our responsibility in the institution. That's understanding. It's okay.
That's also my understanding. So, but with regards to the act, I think not I think, but it's Ministry of Forestry that looks after the mangrove.
Because the mangrove is very crucial. That's why so if possible we make one some collaboration, right? Forestry management and some uh, mangrove or some mangrove share the management. So, yeah, no, it's only by
Yeah. Like just I just recall way back when we have JICA volunteer with us, Miss Hannah, and then one of the tasks is that of knowledge sharing. It's always we invite other ministries or sections within or divisions within the Ministry of Fisheries, to at lunchtime maybe have an hour we can sit and share with us. So we also have that previously. We also have that collaboration with the Ministry of Forestry, that they also come and share something that can help our communities. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a detail. Yes, that's
That,
right.
yeah, before please. The track officer for the technical cooperation in fisheries sector within the Pacific region is online. So he will do his presentation for us now. So may I take this opportunity to welcome Komatu-san to have for do the presentation. Thank you.
小松さん、つながりますか？ビデオをオンにしてもらって大丈夫です。
Yes, I can hear you
Thank
and
you.
turn on our video.
Yes, you can see. 表示を変えたんだ。出る。小松さん、じゃあお願いします。
Yes, I'm ready. So thank you for introducing me. Good day, everyone. So my name is Katsuyoshi Komatsu from the Economic Department at JICA headquarters in Tokyo. So I am in charge of this project in Solomon Island. So first of all, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak at this important seminar. On behalf of JICA, I would like to express our sincere respect to all participants attendees from Solomon Islands. So from 2017 to 2024, under phase one of the project, it's titled Livelihood Improvement through Community-Based Coastal Resource Management and Utilization. we have been working on integrated community-based resource management in Guadalcanal and Malaita provinces. One of the major achievements of this initiative is the development of the Solomon Islands community-based coastal and marine resource management strategy 2021 to 2025, which serves as a practical guidebook for implementation. So we hope that through meaningful seminars like this, the understanding and support for the project will continue to grow, leading to further dissemination and advancement of CBRM in the region. So I would like to also express my sincere appreciation to the project experts, Mr. Inuma and Ms. Tsuji, for their dedicated efforts in implementing the project and for their support in preparing for today's seminar. Today, I will be presenting on JICA's strategy for technical cooperation in the fisheries sector in the Pacific region. So, to begin with, I would like to introduce JICA's global agenda and our cluster strategy, which guide our technical cooperation across various sectors. So next, I'm going to explain JICA's strategic direction in the fisheries sector, specifically our fisheries-centered approach for the blue economy. This approach emphasizes the role of fisheries in promoting sustainable development in coastal communities. And finally, I'm going to present the concept of a new project currently being developed in Fiji and Vanuatu, which is closely aligned with this strategy. We at JICA have already developed 20 initiatives to address key development challenges in partner countries. These are referred to as the JICA Global Agenda, or it is called JGA. Each initiative is categorized under one of four pillars. Four pillars are prosperity and people and peace and planet. Today, I would like to highlight one specific initiative under the prosperity pillar. So JGA number 5, it's marked or red square, agriculture and rural development. This global agenda aims to eliminate poverty and hunger by promoting sustainable agriculture and fisheries. To achieve this, we focus on improving productivity in agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. So this includes the development and dissemination of advanced production technologies and efficient distribution systems. So to promote to promote this global agenda, JICA has developed a strategic approach called promoting the fisheries-centered approach for the blue economy. This strategy aims to improve people's livelihoods, reduce poverty, and revitalize coastal economies through the sustainable use of fishery resources in developing countries that heavily depend on fisheries. It also contributes directly to SDG 14. SDG 14 is conserve and sustainability use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And the terms of blue economy is generally defined as in, in increasing the benefit of a wide range of economic activities, including fisheries, maritime transport, and tourism, while conserving marine and aquatic resources and ecosystems uh, through sustainable use. This concept emphasizes both economic growth and environmental sustainability in ocean-based sectors. And this picture means JICA's concept of fisheries-centered approach for blue economy. So at the center of strategy is, of course, fisheries, uh, which connect and support three key pillars. So three key pillars are rural economy and coastal communities and environment. Through this approach, we aim to create uh, synergies. We aim to create synergies between sustainable resource use, community development, and economic growth in coastal areas. And in promoting the fisheries-centered approach for the blue economy, so we take into account three key considerations. One is dealing with diversity. So there's no one-size-fits-all solution. We adapt a flexible selection of activities tailored to the specific conditions of each local community. And second, dealing with vulnerability, we aim to mitigate the negative impacts that may arise from resources management efforts. So this is done by combining resource management, environmental preservation, and economic activities in a balanced way. And third, dealing with remoteness, we promote the adoption of innovative ideas and technologies to overcome challenges in remote and isolated areas. And based on the fisheries-centered approach for the blue economy, I already explained, we are now planning a new project in Fiji and Vanuatu. The goal of the project is livelihoods of the target communities are improved by promoting sustainable fisheries in collaboration with tourism-related industries. So in the past, we have implemented projects such as the project of capacity enhancement for sustainable development and sound management in fisheries in Fiji and Vanuatu and Tonga. And in Vanuatu, we have implemented projects such as promotion of the grace of the sea in coastal villages. They are conducted phase 1, 2, 3 in Vanuatu. Uh, these initiatives mainly focused on the communities and the environment pillars that I mentioned. Uh, Through small-scale projects and capacity building for fisheries and stakeholders, as well as the promotion of community-based coastal resource management. It is called CBCRM. So moving forward, the new project will focus on activities that contribute to the rural economy by linking coastal fisheries with tourism to further improve community livelihoods. So there are two main components. First is distribution of fishery product to the tourism sector. Second is coastal resource conservation activities involving tourism stakeholders. So the previous project mainly contributed to the coastal communities and environmental pillars. Now, we aim to expand our impact to support the rural economy by linking coastal fisheries with tourism to further improve community livelihoods. Under this new initiative, uh, we have set we have set three outputs. So output one, it is capacity development through training programs. In this output, we will strengthen the skills and knowledge of stakeholders involved in sustainable fisheries and tourism. And output two is distribution of products uh, to the tourism sector. We will help create new market opportunities and increase income for local fisheries. Output three is uh, coastal resource conservation activities involving tourism stakeholders. These activities will promote environmental awareness and sustainable practices among both communities and visitors. Although Fiji and Vanuatu differ in the scale of their tourism industries, the project shares the same goal and the same outputs in both countries. We aim to foster technical and human exchange between the two countries, Fiji and Vanuatu, making use of their respective strengths to enhance regional cooperation and learning. So, as shown in this table, both Fiji and Vanuatu have a foundation for collaboration between fisheries and the tourism sector, including hotels and restaurants. For example, in 2020, no, in 2018, before the COVID-19 pandemic, tourism revenue accounted for 26% in Fiji and 36% in Vanuatu. So, which is significantly higher than the regional average of 7%. This shows that potential for linking coastal fisheries and tourism-related industries and serves as a key motivation for the new project approach. So next, I would like to explain the specific activities it planned in Fiji. So under output two, we will work with the Lautoka Fisheries Cooperative, which has received support in the past project. The project will cover the surrounding surrounding fishing areas as well, aiming to improve improve freshness control and processing techniques so that fishery product can be supplied consistently to hotels and restaurants. And under output 3, we will support the expansion of the tourism-linked coastal resource conservation model, which is being promoted by the Ministry of Fisheries, Fiji, and USP, University of the South Pacific, to nearby resort areas. And now, let me explain the specific activities planned in Vanuatu. So under output 2, we will organize coastal fisheries communities in the eastern and northern parts of Efate Island. So through training on freshness preservation, we aim to build their capacity and ensure the stable supply of fishery product to the main consumption area, its Port Vila. Under output 3, we will promote resource conservation activities linked to tourism, so uh, such as coastal transportation and giant clam release, mainly targeting tourists arriving on international cruise ships. Okay, so that concludes my presentation. And thank you again very much for your attention. And once again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude for being invited to speak at this important seminar. And we truly hope that through this seminar, all attendees here can deepen understanding and strengthen collaboration among all those involved in the project. So, and it will contribute to the further development of community-based resource management in line with Solomon Islands fisheries development plans. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much for the informative presentation. We would appreciate if you have a time for one or two comments or questions. Anyone from?
Somebody comment?
All good, right? Yeah, that's a very informative presentation, and especially when the CBRM team goes out to local communities, and then we start talking about what livelihood is, the community wants. Some of the livelihood that community wants, the fisheries, the Ministry of Fisheries doesn't provide. And so, yeah, it's a very good presentation that we can learn from, especially, the agriculture activities, and even the forestry activities that communities also wants to venture into. But the fisheries doesn't have the financial support to help communities. So it's good to learn from your presentation. Yeah. So, what and probably just coming out of my head, probably the third phase of JICA work in Solomon Islands, we can also venture into that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, so new project will be started in the JICA fishery project in the Fiji and Vanuatu. So like on the previous phase, we like to some collaboration with a regional basis in Vanuatu, Fiji, and Solomon Island. It's a target country in Solomon Island, target country in the Pacific in the fishery sector, JICA. So that's why I asked Koma-san to explain the overall structure and JICA's regional approaches for supporting the resource management program. Koma-san, どうもありがとうございます。Thank you too much.
Thank you too much, all of attendees. Have a good day. Have a good seminar. Thank you again.
Okay. We continue to presentation.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think we continue with our presentation. So, you can see on our agenda. This time we should be given to our principal Chinese officers to do some of the presentations. So you'll see how we go. Now it's obviously half time. If our officers are doing the presentation and then couple last time we may last first time then. By we continue behind. So yeah. So this aspect of observing, the province for taken for step. Thank you, Malakai.
Right.
I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. Well, before Jim Robertson presentation plan, first of all, I wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge JICA to your cooperation with Ministry of Fisheries to conduct this seminar. By the way, Jim Roberts will do a presentation. This presentation will give us the glimpse of understanding of what is the current status of CBRM in the province, despite of who is implementing it. So NGOs, JICA are implementing the CBRM in the provinces. So where now status the province Los Angeles CBRM instead of Solomon Island. But before we go into presentation, let me give some kind of information for you aware who we are in the province, what we are doing in the province before we come into our presentation of CBRM. So in the province, yes, in the province we have 3 secondary officers and 1 direct employee. Currently, the other one is attending overseas training, and the other one is attending Kastom Fisheries Aquaculture Development in China. Who we are in the province, our role in the province is to connect MFMR province, all people and key partners together. So when you other NGOs and other organizations working in the province, we also involved in the programs We also mobilize available resources to effective deliver services in the province. We empower business, farmers, and business users, and we develop and manage fisheries in Guadalcanal province as stipulated in the Act that provincial fisheries have jurisdiction over 3 nautical miles to look after the resources. What we do, we also provide extension law of other departments within the ministry to the province. We support national government and provincial development fisheries program in the province. We also execute National Fisheries Act provincial ordinances and regulations in the province and communities. So yeah, this is our areas of jurisdiction to implement our fisheries program. Now coming to our main agenda for the presentation of CBRM, I will do a presentation that based on a national strategy to roll out upscaling CBRM in the country, that strategy from 2021 to 25, which is a stellar strategy to improve support for coastal communities. Where does the province lay with regard to this strategy? So if we can recall, we have 7 problematic areas to scale up and improve CBRM in the province. The ones that you see green highlighted are the ones that province is contributing to support this initiative with partnership with NGOs and also especially for JICA in this initiative. And the blue ones are the ones that we contribute little to support Ministry of Fisheries CBRM section with that. So with regard to problematic area provincial CBRM program, first we need to recruit some of our staff. So one of our CBRM staff joined us in 2023, and she is our CBRM technical person in the province. And also we have recruited a new direct employee to work with rural communities. Our target on that strategy is to target estuary communities and also to reach out to communities that has never been reached in the past. Somehow we find difficulties to implement this due to lack of financial support. But nevertheless, we continue to venture out to reach out to international donors for supporting our programs. So these are some of the information regarding the CBRM outreach in the province, where as I say, most of the CBRM programs are not implemented only by the national or provincial government, but also are implemented with cooperation or partners with the Ministry of Fisheries, JICA, MISIR, NGOs, and the provincial government. So most of our CBRM programs we focus on marine conservation and resource management of the coastal resources. At the moment, we have 4 communities have drought management plans. These communities are implemented by NGOs as well as the ministry and the provincial government. So yeah, as you see some of the pictures, we do some kind of awareness on regulation and also a fisherman training. Because we believe fishermen most of the time spending their time out in the sea harvesting the resources. So these are the ones that we should control. We also conduct monitoring, training, and fisheries awareness. 15 communities have received training for effective monitoring and management. Again, these communities is also part of the communities that JICA has been working with, Ministry of Fisheries has been working with, and even other NGO partners. And also, we work with rural communities and schools. CBRM information now reach 90 plus communities as you have been received. See today during MFMR presentation around 99% logic province. And also 15 schools. So these are some of our intervention with community. We do some kind of night awareness and also school outreach to our rural schools. And problematic area integrated of livelihood also support CBRM initiatives. So far, Guadalcanal province has 6 communities supported under these initiatives. Most of this support focus on tilapia fish farming, seaweed farming, coral farming, fat fishing, and fish market and storage facilities. Yeah, so these are some of the initiatives in the province. We have seaweed farming around Marau area, most supported by Ministry of Fisheries and the province as well, our NGOs and fund deployment program uh, supported by ministry and province as well as involved in the tilapia fish farming and also other fish storage facilities where at the moment NGOs and JICA is leading that. But with that initiative, the provincial government is now eyeing to support that kind of initiative and the physical funding to support the CBRM communities. So regarding to problematic area 6, community resilience and climate change adaptation, this is a new initiative for the province to get support from IUCN and Akiva initiative Bangon project. The province tries its very best to reach out to international organizations. So thank you, Ministry of Fisheries, for developing this strategy. With this strategy, it helped us province to seek international funding. So we have a new project under this, which we will implement this year and for a period of maybe 15 or 18 months. Mainly to support communities with coral rehabilitation and mangrove planting. And this information is give us the overview of the current CBRM sites in the province, where you can see the active sites yellow, inactive red, and UI purple. But this was updated 2 years ago. The most updated data is available online in our Google Drive. So this information can only be available to those who are requested, and it's also restricted for access by public. With this, that's all what I have to present. Thank you. All our work is happening on the policy. Thank you for presentation.
First, Matthew-san.
Now, as the CFO for Malaita, we need to thank you all. Thank you, MC. Okay, first of all, I want to thank JICA for it. So I will go through CBRM activities carried out in Malaita province. Now, as you can see, in Malaita context, CBRM is responsible for managing natural resources by local communities. I think this one applies to all provinces. The CBRM initiative in Malaita, while developed communities develop depend on marine resources and land resources. As we all know, in Solomon Island, 95 percent is customary owned, and 5% is owned by the national government. And sometimes we experience some problems while we bring CBRM work in the communities. And CBRM is not new. I think firstly the national government tried to carry out, but then after it find it sometimes difficult, and later when the ministry started the CBRM unit, it helped us to carry out the CBRM work in all the provinces. And in Malaita province, CBRM activity started in 2012. We worked along with the World Fish Office. Until now, World Fish is still stationed in Malaita province. And during the time, they work with only two coastal communities, and they develop their management plans. And now these coastal communities, they have registered their management plan under the Malaita Fisheries Ordinance. In Malaita province, we have around 51 marine managed areas, and we have 350 coastal communities with a population of 150,000. And most marine managed areas have developed their own management plans. In 2015, we have a project, CBRM project, and it's created by Jan Van der Ploeg. So under this project, Malaita Province of Fisheries work together with the World Fish Office to implement CBRM activity from 2015 to 2020. And this is the CBRM sites in Malaita that we carry out awareness, training, and develop their management plans. These are some of the trainings that we carried out in the communities. This is in Western Island, and also we also hand over some of the information booklets to the community. This one is CBRM activity in East Korea and small Malaita. These are the first communities that we work with, a total of 51 communities, and they have also developed their own management plans. And this is the example of the management plan that the communities have developed. And all the managed areas, they have already demarcated boundaries. This is the Tartona. It's a I am Peter's place. This is our marine managed area in West Arana. This is marine managed area also in West Arana. Now in 2020 to 2021, we have another project and we work together with the World Fish Office and we carry out CBRM scaling survey in more than 100 coastal communities. And these are the communities that we have covered in Malaita province during the CBRM scaling survey. And these are the words that we work. Some of the achievements that we have, recovery of trochus population, recovery of most reef fish species, CBRM management plan training, established management plan. We also do far deployment, and we also supported by World Fish to carry out CPUE program in most communities in Malaita. We also have alternative livelihood, like the installation of solar freezer project, tilapia farming, value-added activities, fish component, fish filleted, and fish sausage, seaweed farming. And these are some of the funds that we deployed around the province. And these are the fund sites we have in Malaita. In this project, we take it from the USA scale program. We have 4 fishery storage and support the 4 communities in West Arana who have marine managed areas. And these are the 4 communities in West Arana. There are the trainings that we carry out in the 4 communities because they have the storage. We do fish handling, preservation, fish quality assessment. This week, carrying out the training for especially the women who manage the centers so that they assess the fish before they buy from the fisherman. And this is some of the training that we carry out. We also have seaweed farming as livelihood in West Arana. And also, we also have tilapia farming. And this farmers, they harvest last month after 1 year of farming. Also, we are also faced with some challenges in Malaita province. Registration issues. This will go back to our ministry, like registration of the management plan of the host communities. And also, we also have difficulty carrying out the baseline. And while the director for issue is here, I had to officer to help us to carry out baseline in most of our managed area in Malaita. Also, in some of the challenges we face in setting up of CBRM communities to effectively manage sites, like some people from outside, they just come in and poach it within the marine management. And also, there you can see we also face challenges in financial constraint because the ministry has also support us Malaita province to carry out CBRM activities. And also, other difficulty in carrying out the other alternative livelihood for the province. As we all know, we also have challenges in sub-communities in terms of land ownership. And recently we have one in Bohua, Kristana, and also we need sustainability support from CBRM initiative to provincial staff affecting long-term sustainability. And then I think we need more collaboration from the CBRM unit in the office here. And this is the end of presentation. Thank you.
Next, I wanna ask Silas-san for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity given for appearing to share the CBRM activities in the province. Once again, I would like to join with other colleagues for saying thank you to JICA for making this event possible, that we can able to share what also suggest do for the CBRM work in our provinces. First of all, this presentation basically on updates and experience that Makira province is facing during the course of the implementation. And as the two colleagues from Makira, Malaita and Guadalcanal said, almost what they highlight also, Makira will also highlight, and also some other changes or other challenges that we also face. That's the big outline of the presentation. It will start with an introduction, then we follow suit. For the introduction, this approach, CBRM in Makira, it's a growing approach in Makira. The approach itself just begin, and it's ongoing at the moment, as I highlight in the introduction on the slide. First of all, we're going to cover the province. As we can see on the screen, that's the outline of Makira province. What you can see there is reefs. It's bit not many. The province was rich in deep sea. So as we can see, the province also has different language groups, as I highlighted there, and also have their own way of looking after the resources in their beliefs, as I can highlight there also. And also the resources that apart from sea, Makira also have some uniqueness in the resources that we have, and also the sites. As we know, Makira also just we did the scientists also find out that we have also the biggest coral that we had of also in Makira at the moment, which is Tresista. That's the place. As we can see, those three islands also Kirkira. So there are also many other things to highlight, but this is what I'm going to highlight for now. CBRM outreach in Makira. CBRM outreach, like other friends also said, it's not as that in Makira. It just started in 2019 with the CBRM team, as Peterson and other colleagues started the program in that year, commencing in Arosi with two communities. It's Tawatana and Goroni, and Tawatana High School. Then further on in 2021, PFOs under the MISIC funding, we started outreach program with awarenesses on Ugi. Then we proceed further. 2021, it continues to the eastern part. We reach Santa Ana and Santa Catalina. As we can see, right at the eastern end. Yeah, so this is where we reach in 2021, 2024. And also at the coast of the eastern end, Stahaba covered communities and also the schools in awareness CBRM program. We continued from there in 2023 by following up the communities that we do awareness to them, and they respond positively to set up their managed areas. And there are two communities in Ugi. Actually, it's three: Suena, Suwasi, and Tawaroto. And also on the mainland, Tawatana and Wahita in Piruma. Tesan also help us out with the communities, and also it was established at the moment. 2024, we developed simple management plans with Suena, and also Peterson also helped us too with Tawaroto, basic management plan, and also a review of the plans as well. So, so how many communities do we reach at the moment? This is how much we reach since 2021. We have reached 34 communities and 12 schools through outreach and awareness of CBRM, and also regulations. Also, we also covered during the awareness. We also give out pamphlets and copies of the regulation of the billboard that we also put up at the fisheries centers and public centers to the communities as well, to guide them, see what other regulated species that we have, along with the CBRM awareness. That's the steps that we follow when we do CBRM awareness in the communities. First of all, we start with awareness, patient to patient awareness, and also we give out materials to fishing communities and also the communities that they interested in doing management in coastal fisheries. Then we listen for their interest. If they show us positive response according to the awareness, we do follow-ups to set up the managed areas that they want to do further management. Then we do step number 3, simple management plans, and 2 other steps that will proceed in the near future. So that's what we arrive at. Communities reach out statistics that we reach. We reach about 7 communities. Their names are listed there, and also gender and figures relating to what we have done. So far in population, we reach about 3,000 individuals covering various genders, and also the figure is also in the statistic table that we displayed. That's the coverage that we done over the provincial map. We went from east to west to east. That's Tawatana and Boroni, and even to the islands, Pugi, Resistas, and other areas that we listed already in the statistics table. So, and at the moment, that's the leading communities in CBRM that we also reach. On the mainland, we have 2 communities that is leading at the moment, Tawatana and Wahita, Piruma. Tawatana is in the western side of the island, and Wahita, Piruma is the coast, weather coast of Makira, which at the eastern side. And also Pogi Islands, just offshore of Kirkira, have about 3 communities also coming up. That is Suena, Ahipara. That's the name of the managed area. But the community is Suena. And Tawarodo, then Suwasi. That JICA is also coming on board with us to work together with the communities. Thanks so much, JICA, for coming on board. So that sums up the leading committees in CBRM in Makira at the moment. So experiences, as our colleague members also highlight, CBRM, as we speak now, is one of an approach that takes people, stakeholders to resource management. And this the same thing we also experience in here. Also, through the approach also, we have players in the process also. I mean the approach that we emphasizing right now. So that's one of the experiences that we experience, and also it brings unity and cooperations while we do try as much as possible to look after our resources. We also forget some of the differences that we experience through collaborations in the name of management of natural resources. We continue further. Also, CBRM also brings linkages to livelihoods and other components like through CBRM, trust also, and the participation through participation and trust. This approach can prevail and also grow. So that's the experience I want to share. There are lots of experience, but this few that I wish to share with us. On top of that, there are also challenges that we also face. Some challenges our colleague presenters also highlight also, and it's also what we also meet up with. For example, the SOP steps, it's quite lengthy, but we have to take on board until we find best ways as we go. Also, some of the challenges is that, and also other things with the legal system also, like the act itself through the this approach managed to give powers for community members to come up with plans, and it's only plans. Other things is still not clear. For now, we should say it's not clear. So although it's like that, but these are the challenges, and the last one that we also experience is we know the province also have strengthening programs, but CBRM is not captured well in the case of Makira, and although we are trying to pushing it through, it still remain as a bit of challenge for this approach. But hope as we continue to make it through, it will finally happen. And lastly, livelihood also one of the challenges, and financial resources still challenges, since we trying to push something further. It always remains. So that's experience that we have shared, we have experienced in the course of CBRM operations in Makira-Urawa province. But although we have challenges, there are way forwards that we wish to share with us. One of the way forward is the SOPs steps. Should we retell it so that it's much similar? It should be one way forward. And number two, the incentives should it provided. And I'm so happy that during the presentations today, JICA has highlighted some, but I also highlighted here. And also emphasis on fisheries management plan. We see that since we want to go further to have a management plan, we see that it's still it's a it's still a document, and the other side of the coin that we see, it's not is the management body, the committee itself. Should we have both have registered? It should be a way forward, since the paper is also is recognized. What I refer to is the plan under the act, but the committee, if we can able to make it a bit legal, so that it also established as a body. So, but these are way forward that we think of, whether it's suitable or not, but we just highlight it. And other way forwards we can see there. And the last one is the one that I want to really stress on the harmonization of the provincial government institutional strengthening programs. Should we can able to harmonize it, since the provincial level, especially in Makira, the BGSP program is not really supporting CBRM at the moment. So should we have the program integrated in that very important program in the province, I think CBRM rollout should be more helpful in Makira. So with the way forward, I think that's what I want to share. And so conclusion, Makira CBRM is a very good approach for us stakeholders to collaborate with, to look after our resources properly. Thank you for listening.
So last presenter in morning session is Alex-san, PFO Central Province.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of myself, thank you for the privilege to stand in front of you, everyone, this morning. Actually, it's already afternoon. I will be just speed up the presentations. Just a short presentation. Won't take that too long. So this presentation, since for the information, I'm just coming to office for the Central Province. So any ground information which happen related to CBR in the province, I need to get more from the past, from the former offices which he has in the office. But I will be present on some information which I have prepared, and for any queries, my other colleagues which they focus on issue areas, they will be helping out with that. So thank you. So let's start. The presentations is mainly on the community-based risk management in Central Province. Okay, the content, just the short content. It's a 9 point there, but we will be just go through as fast as I can. So firstly, the introductions and the context of CBRM. CBRM in Central Province, why, what are the key approaches, some success stories in Central Province, some challenges, and the roles of stakeholders. And second to the last is the way forward. What are the way forward for me to work on? And by the help of the other NGOs, the JICAs, and even the ministry to contribute together to work towards to help the Central Province to move on with that CBRM program in the Central Province. So, and the final is the conclusions. Introductions, basically, it's all about Central Province. Everyone know well, very much well about the Central Province. It consists of Gela, and Gela is they usually call Big Gela, Small Gela. And Russell Islands was under Central Province, and also Sabah. And Central Province is a coastal island province, and it was known by its rich marine biodiversity and coral reef ecosystems. And basically, the most community in the Central Province, they depend entirely on the marine resources. So fishery is a key for food securities in Central Province. It supports for the livelihood and commercial income. And the last part will be on the challenges. Some challenges which have been encountered by the communities due to overfishing, due to some kind of nature's climate change and other contributing factors related to human activities. Okay, we come to know that CBRM is a coastal-based resource management, and it's also in line with the traditional ideologies, which always known as taboo. You used to say, we can one for taboo place law area. So CBRM, it's operate on the same context. And it's involved communities which they engage to managing their mineral resources. And also is supported by the government, NGOs. One of them is JICA, Worldfish, and other NGOs. And it's also it's a combination of traditional knowledge and modern science knowledge. So CBRM is a form of a context that it operates on the ideology, traditional ideologies, and modern knowledges. So this is what defines that term CBRM. So the question is, why is CBRM in Central Province? It's interesting. It's like from the past presentation, they will mention and talk about all the reasons, the importance of CBRM in every process in and around Solomon Island. For Central Province, also one of the key factors is high dependence on inshore fisheries. One factor too is the declining fish stock, because due to overharvesting and control of fishing activities within the community, within the coastal areas, the fish stock is declining. And it also related to cause some kind of reef health because of their activities which cannot under control. It really contributes to the health of their reef. CBRM is one of the core baseline factors which is empower communities for sustainability. And it's also strengthened customary management system within Central Province. And also, the one last point is a mechanism for communities to help to safeguard the future of the marine resources. So that is why it's the reasons CBRM, through support of the aid partners, NGOs, need to work together. And I'm looking forward to work close with all the supporting partners to work together to implement and facilitate all the approaches to manage the marine resources of Central Province. What are the key approaches that Central CBRM they focuses on? One is MPAs, marine protected areas, marine management areas, seasonal clauses, size limits, and even community fishery management plan. And it also involves in monitoring, enforcement by the local leaders or even the legal authorities. And the last one is also in focus on the alternative livelihoods. For like case in Central Province, there's a three community. One is in Sarikodo, New Ovo, and Nakatano. They involved in three alternative livelihood projects. One is sewing machines for the women in the community. Another one is poultry. Other they involve in fat, and the other one is bakery. So some other the alternative livelihoods CBRM, with the help of CBRM, they engage the community to inform on this livelihood activities. What this slide was on the success story in Central Province. From the time just calling the office and work together with the CBR team. Recently, we just conducted a launching of a community fishery management plan for that three community in Central Province, which is Nagatano, New Ovo, Sarikodo community. And this is a milestone achievement for Central Province, and it's a goal for me to work together with the community to expand to further that activity and the plan management for other communities around that province. For Russell Islands and WCS, it's focused on the marine clauses of type areas. And in Savo, they were focused on by the help of WCS also engage the youth, women, spaces. So these are some successful stories happen in the Central Province. However, despite the achievements, there are challenges. In Central Province, also in other provinces around Solomon Islands, enforcement of rule is some kind of obstacle to people because of their primitive mindset. Some based on their traditional knowledges to enforce a new rules, it's become one of the loopholes which the authorities try to enforce, and it's difficult. But it's becoming challenges, and it is things to work on it and find a way to address the challenge. Another challenge is balancing short-term income with long-term sustainable income. And the other one is comply to rules and fisheries regulations. What I noticed is most communities, most village people, only time when they agree on the regulations when we distribute to them, this time when we present. As we pass the information, given the information to the people, when we went back, the actions is really like some they agree to follow, but at later days and they action shows that they not follow the regulations. So this become a challenge despite of regulations we put up, and people still not put it like in actions which they consider as a really priority to benefit their community. And the other one is coordinations between provincial government and communities. There's failures kind of on networks. People have their own thinking of doing things while the authorities try to come up with a plan and other objective to work on. So this create a gap and a barrier to collaborate all the information together and agreements which the authority and the committee they agree upon. And the last one is lack of proper facilities. One of the challenges recently when I went to a village near Morgella, known as Toa community, one of their main challenges is with the facilities during the fishings, they're eager to have a fishery centers close by to storing their fishes during they conduct the fishing. So this could become a challenge and it's a way forward to try to work on and address that one. I just want to briefly on what actually the roles of stakeholders, like our donor fund and our friends, which they really tirelessly supporting with the financial support and other support to the ministry and the province government. One comment, I mean, the roles of the stakeholders is to engage with the community, to know their role as a leadership, compliance, and to have that the informations on what actually the real ground basis of traditional knowledge. And the other one is the provincial government regarding policy, support enforcement, and NGOs and partners on technical support, training, funding, and the last one is the national government. For this case is Ministry of Fisheries, and especially they focus on scaling up and coordinations. So some of the roles that will help to make the work in the province and the CBRM become up and running. So with it, the contributions of this, the stakeholders and the authorities will help much for the establishment of the CBRM program in the central province. What are the way forward? One is strengthen community capacities and leadership. Second is promote sustainable livelihood alternatives. Another is improve monitoring, catch data, brief health. Because what I noticed in the central province, some of these are not really active at the moment. So it needs to try to put a motive behind to carry on that, so that we need to see how the work is done within the province, especially among the communities. Another one is network between CBRM communities, secure long-term funding and support. And lastly is expand by integrating communities with the CBRM in MMA and marine managed areas, marine protected area plans for central province. In the conclusion, CBRM is vital for central province. Yes. Reason is for food security and resilience. And it needs strong collaborations between the CBRM team with the help of JICA and other partners, because the more collaborations, the more health reefs and the more fish stocks, and will help the livelihood of Central Island Province people. And also it will lead to the health, reefs, healthy people. So that's all from me. Thank you, Thomas. Any comments? Any further advice? Just put on board, take note of it, and with any help, with any questions, then my Bible team from the INSO team will be contribute to help if any questions asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Central Province.
So, what the break?
Okay, so as you can see in our agenda, we should be having lunch by now. So we have 1 hour break, lunch. And if you come back, then, yeah. Last one. Okay, thank you, everyone.
After the session, we start. Around
150.
Yeah,
Okay, so after the session, will be 150, yeah? Can you come back for class? Thank you. Before we go lunch, please pray.
Ayaw po, isubo ka ngayon. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are not sleeping after the heavy meal. Yeah, so Bami present on behalf of Lowell Fisheries on how bilateral initiatives or projects have supported the implementation of the national CBRM scaling strategy. Is this thing? All right, so from working with communities, just some common critiques that we get from the people on the ground. Yeah? So limited reach. Yeah. So like what we get is like government and NGO partners only reach the accessible communities. So we are still missing the ones that are not accessible. Almost all community-led activities are voluntary based. So him depend no able to believe for doing or the less then leave him ourselves. The other one is like if we want to influence communities to come inside one of CBRM activities, we have to provide like alternative livelihood activities. Yeah. Another one is on compliance, like especially at the community level. There is this issue that sometimes people okata comply to the rules where communities have in their management plans. So then maybe we can use this one. So they need support from the government on how they can deal with compliance at a community level. And then another one is on bureaucracy, on the processes that communities have to follow if they have to register their management plans under, for example, the Fisheries Act, Management Act. Yeah. All right, so we all know that in order to reach the different communities that we have in the Solomon Islands, we have to be strategic in how any planning by we reach the communities. So that's how this strategy come about, and it's a strategy as we know have something where all partners come together for developing, and the idea is to use this strategy as our guide on how we can reach all the communities that we have, especially the coastal communities that we have in the country. Yeah? This is already mentioned, so hopefully like with all the partners and the government initiatives, the idea is to at least reach 25% of our communities to have a management, kind of improve management law resources by
we say this year. So if we review the strategy, we'll see where we are at the moment. And that's what World Vision also supporting our ministries, lead ministries like MECDM and MFMR to achieve. Again, the programmatic areas in the strategy. So here, our focus is mainly, I think where we come in is through the National CBRM Partners Network, the first one. We also support provincial CBRM programs, as well as National CBRM Capacity Building Programs, number 4, and then the other one on number 7, implementation, monitoring, and learning. So under this strategy, there are different activities that we try to do in order to scale up CBFM or CBRM in the country. One is through information reach, and this is done through community awareness, mainly face-to-face, the saltwater mainly Facebook, radio programs. So these are led by the ministry, but the programs that we have also supporting the ministry to implement these programs. And then the capacity building at the national level, provincial, and then at the community level. So we try to build the capacity of the CBM offices with tools, for example, on the fish tool. How do we develop simple community management plans? Also provide trainings for PFOs on how to facilitate, for example, awareness on CBRM at a community level, as well as train community facilitators. So instead of us going down, we try to develop the capacity of community champions or facilitators, and they help us to implement the work in their communities. The other one is through the monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of the CBRM programs that we have. So with this, what we did is on trying to support MFMR with the national CBRM tracking tool. So I guess some of you PFOs are aware of this tool. So it's an Excel, but it has like different information on what type of like information reach the communities, where in the provinces we've reached, and those like that. So we support MFMR to try to develop this tool to like we start getting more information that can become the problem ministry for planning out for implementing CBRM provincial as well as the community level. And then there's this management effectiveness assessment for marine managed areas. So while this is still in draft, the idea is to finalize this tool, and what the project is trying to do is help MFMR finalizing the tool so that HEMSABE become the tool where IWIS are using for assessing the management plans where in the community level. And the other one is through the National CBRM Partners Network. So this one is a network where I'm established by MFMR and MECDM as the core leaders flow network. And then it involves all the different stakeholders where current CBRM programs, and they are based here in Honiara. So currently it's only members are only here in Honiara. And hopefully, if we have funds and interest from the provinces, we can scale up to the provinces to have similar networks that we could use to, exchange information, sharing lessons learned, and all those kind of stuff. So how are we supporting the implementation of the strategy? So this is what the World Vision doing. Yeah? So one is through partnership. So we have a long-term partnership with MFMR, and this one, and a little bit long-term one, and using the partnership to build institutional strengthening of the ministry. Yeah? So for example, supporting the development of the MFMR gender strategy, as well as facilitating the establishment of the national CBRM partners. Along with that, we also help with capacity building, and this is done through seconded staff. There's a secondment to the ministry. So I was one of the seconded staff. George, the deputy director, used to be one of the secondees as well. So here one pala approach where Wolfish try for using for building na capacity law CBRM section niya for help for doing some of the things inside law section na for help them umata for come up mo lo waka lo kita in Australia. Also building capacity law PFOs and community facilitators, as I've mentioned earlier. And then another one is through monitoring and evaluation. And with this, what we are doing is like through the secondments that we have. For example, George, what him doing is try for socializing this fella CBRM tracking tool web storing area, yeah, with them other, especially on the partner NGOs as well as our provincial fisheries officers and our local NGOs. Yeah, like identifying person or the organizations, yeah, like who know but become the focal point if you like talk about CBRM, which one of staff law of official we should reach out to him also. So him not that fella walk away George him try for doing with him not this fella CBRM back into. Along with that, we also direct and co-fund some of the CBRM activities with MFMR. So sometimes what I need with activities and not getting enough funding, lots of times seeking funding. If we forgot, then supporting with them activities located. So currently, we forgot pathways to project in short, but this project can focus more on some aim for scaling up na inclusive CBFM lottery fala countries. So Kiribati, Solomon, and Vanuatu, and Lohia Wolfish na implementing agency in partnership with the Ministry of Fisheries. And where this project can currently active, can Malaita, Matthew story, Mr. story, the Japanese. Isabel, we also help with awareness, development of management plans. The model two, we follow help with awareness as well as supporting communities for development management plans. Awareness to Renbel, supporting two Makira with the validation of provisional CBRM action plan located and continue for strengthening CBRM advocacy law Western Province. And to continue, I think the focus will be more on supporting the provincial CBRM action plans. How do we support the implementation of those plans where you need developing within other PFOs here, as well as supporting the community facilitators network. For example, in Malaita, Seleva, I'm getting around 30 community facilitators who have trained, and actually they are very helpful in spreading the information and even facilitating the development of community management plans themselves. So try for keeping that network and continue for supporting Oketa. And then as we all know, PFOs Oketa na mandated for doing fisheries wakalo of provinces here. So rather than going down and duplicating their work, we support them to do their jobs better. Yeah? And then the final one is on partnerships. So like continue for strengthening partnership with MFMR, and I think a big message for especially partners is to try to align our work plans with the CBRM national work plan so that we could achieve government goals and targets and not our own goals. Yeah? So collaboration between NGOs as well as with the civil society organizations or local NGOs are then very important, and to have equitable partnerships between government and NGO partners. So like have to look in partnership as equal. No, but not government like if we come, if we less than if we not like what I kind of so equitable partnership. And I think more. Thank you too much. Any questions by Mitrans? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Grace, for presentation review. So this time you need uniform, WW, yeah? Miriam, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Before we come after heavy lunch, please, yeah? Okay. So, first, we like acknowledging Ministry of Fisheries for the invite and JICA. Henry was supposed to be here, but he's out in the field, so he sent me instead. So my presentation, I'll just go through somewhat a brief history of WWF and its work in Solomon Islands. Before that, my name is Miriam. For you guys who don't know, I am the project officer for Central Seascape for WWF. So WWF simply means Worldwide Fund for Nature. We have 3 offices in the Pacific. We have the Fiji office, which is the main office, and then the PNG, and then Solomon Islands. So WWF has been in Solomon Islands for over 30 years. It has started its work in Solomon Islands in 1995. Then in 1998, Gizo Marine Conservation Area was established. Then in 2002, WWF supports the establishment of the Tetepare Descendants Association, which has protected Tetepare from logging. And then in 2004, Solomon Islands was included in the Coral Triangle with support from WWF as well. And then in 2009, the same Solomon Islands Coral Triangle Initiative on coral reefs, fisheries, and food security. National Plan of Action as part of the CTI CFF 6-member country initiative. And then in 2013, we initiated the Women's Financial Inclusion and Empowerment Program. And as of 2023, we had 5 savings clubs with 1,077 members and nearly 61,500 USD saved by the members, with approximately 52,800 dispensed in loans for livelihood and other project initiatives. So in 2017, we had one of our community champions travel to New York for the first World Oceans Conference in New York. So these are just community facilitators who supported our work. And it's good to actually send people from the ground instead of officers to go and represent the communities that we work with. And then in 2019, we had the piloting of the CAPSI, Community-Led Adaptation Pathways Planning in the Solomon Islands, which is one of our main components in our work. And recently we had TOT with 40 graduates. And then 2024, we supported women from 4 communities to create a manual documenting sea grapes harvesting. So we have reviewed this, but most of the things are just similar. Our vision is empowered and resilient Pacific people sustainably manage our natural wealth for our prosperity, culture, and future, while enabling our unique biodiversity to thrive. So those are our main goals for the Pacific: empowered Pacific peoples, integrated ocean management, climate resilient Pacific nations. And as you can see, we have 6 conservation priorities. Okay, so the overall focus of WWF SI program is community-based fisheries management. Our PNG program deals with registries, but for the Solomon Islands program, we just focus on marine conservation, where communities that we work with are required to set up CBFM, which is the community-based fisheries management. They need to have a savings club committee, rangers for monitoring, and community facilitators. So before our work is carried out in the communities, we have to go through the ESSF and FP process, which is defined as environmental, social, and safety framework, and free prior informed consent for the communities, mainly dealing with their rights, equality, risk mapping, and also understanding the importance of GEC, which is gender equality, disability, and social inclusion. Also making sure we do a lot of awareness that communities understand the significance of this. So we mainly work in 2 seascapes, the Western Seascape, and currently we have scaled out into the Central Seascape. So in the Western Seascape, we have over about 15 communities that we work with. And Central Seascape is a new seascape which I am currently looking out for. So we have a few components under WWF SI. The first one, as I've already mentioned, is community-led adaptation pathways, CAPSI, where we carry out workshops which mainly takes a week for the community to do mapping, planning out the vision and their priorities in the communities, and also supporting them with training on proposal writing. That way, when they identify their priorities, they can also apply for funding themselves instead of us having to fund all their activities. And then we have financial inclusion. As you can see, this is part of our financial inclusion activities, where women from the Western Province do value adding to sea grapes to create lotions and soaps. And then we have the CF network. Just like WorkFish, we also have community facilitators who support us in our work. So Alpha here is one of our community facilitators, and he supports our work in scaling up and also in awareness work. And we also do training of trainers for them as well. And then another important component of our work is baseline survey and monitoring, which we do every 6 months, and management areas mapping. So currently we are sponsoring 4 students at SINU. They are doing the certificate in the environment. And also we are trying to make a level 2 training for knowledge brokers and community facilitators next year, where lecturers from SINU will go down to the communities to do this training. And from the council workshop, communities have identified one of their priority as a training center. So currently WWF is supporting surrounding community in Gizo to build their training center. And two of our knowledge brokers just returned from a recent conference in New Zealand. So as I mentioned, for 30 years, we have worked in the Western Seascape, and all of the activities includes the CPFM, CAPC, financial inclusion, and most especially monitoring on the sea grapes, which is one of our main work. A lot of awareness, capacity buildings for our CFs and our knowledge brokers and also our rangers. And JC mainstreaming is very important in all of our work. And then in Central Seascape, we have signed 4 community agreements recently, 2 in Guadalcanal province and 2 in Central province. And we already have a community in Isabel province as well. And we are also doing one ward level work with Tulali ward. And we have just recently completed the ESSF and SPIC workshop, traveling this month since the beginning. I just got back yesterday from this workshop. And CAPC, we have done it in one of our communities in Central Province. And more of these activities will be rolled out into the Central Seascape. Yes, under the SOMACO project, just like Mike has mentioned, we support Ministry of Fisheries with the National Plan of Action for Sharks and Rays consultation, which was in Timbuktu in it was last month. And apart from that, we also have internal office trainings, awareness and supporting other community activities and international workshops as well. Yes, and these are just some of the partners that we have. I would just also like to add on some of the challenges. So we have 2 seascapes, however, we are kind of understaffed. We have 2 offices, there's one in Gizo and one here, but it's a bit of a challenge since one officer is responsible for one component, so it's a challenge to bring officers from Gizo to come up and then to go down to Central Province to carry out the work. Another challenge that we find is working with very remote communities who have high illiterate members. It's a challenge trying to simplify things to their level to make them understand. That way we also have to stay longer days in the communities. And also one of the challenges I've noticed recently with the Central Seascape is leadership and governance issues. So enforcing the rules is one thing, but then it's also the leaders that are there in the communities. I think that is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam, for presentation of WWF.
So somebody aside is on a minute, so next presentation one provision of one of us.
Yeah. So as you shall look into agenda plainly, we're supposed to have somebody from World Business Society, but he or she is not here. So I would take this opportunity to ask and welcome. Sorry, Bangas, who come a little bit story with me. Take it.
Yes, that in the background. Thank you very much. Before I start, I think I need to introduce myself. Some of you know me, and some of you might not, because I missed the introductory part of the program today. I apologize for that. My name is Barnabas from World Vision Solomon Islands. I'll be presenting some highlights regarding some work that we are doing at the moment related to the approach that we are here to share some knowledge about it and experiences about community-based resource management, if I'm right. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity given to us. For World Vision Solomon Islands is a grant-based organization. We depend on donors to give us funding to implement our activities as well. So we are a child-focused organization, and since the child well-being is also affected when these resources are affected, so I think it's quite relevant for us to involve in that area as well, or that space. And so, without looking at the whole activity, set of activities that we are implementing at the community at the moment, it might take us like 40 or even up to 1 hour to talk about it. I'm only here to share some of the models, which is it's like an overview of what we are doing at the community. So I'll be talking about the models and techniques that we are doing at the community, implementing our activities. So project models that we are implementing as a community. We have here models that are trying to incorporate or integrate all the different issues that are impacting the livelihood, the other resources, especially within the marine space or the blue space. So we're trying to address all these issues to ensure that the beginning and gather access to these resources to support them in terms of education, nourishment, and also other areas as well. So, yeah. So we have a few models. I put 2 here and 1 technique. Yeah. So the areas that we're trying to look at is that since our marine resources are becoming quite exposed to the impacts of climate change, population pressure, and also other societal issues that are putting so much pressure on these natural resources. So we are thinking that incorporating them will be very helpful, and it is actually what we are achieving and what we are looking at is happening. It's really positive, yeah, for us. So the first model is the regreening community model. We are not ignoring what the ecosystems that have been damaged due to human activities or even the impacts of climate change. We're trying to fix it, restore them, protect, and manage. So if you could ask from my perspective on the term CBRM, I would say it's a very, very effective, because our activities are related to that. I would say it's an effective approach to bridge the information gap that we have at the national level with the community. That is through awareness, trainings, and all these things. And so it's very important to feed the community with the relevant information that they need in terms of regarding the issues that they are facing at the moment. So I think through that approach, we are bringing so much awareness to the community and feeding them with the relevant information. And also with that, I think
we are capacitating as well the community to lead the protection and the management of the critical resources they have at the moment. So I think that's my understanding of this approach. You can add more of what the official definition of Muslim. So yeah, so that's one of the model that we are implementing our project with. It's called the retraining community model. It encompasses a lot of different things that we are trying to address, different issues. So we start with regreen, and that means we're restoring the ecosystem. What you were looking at here, the picture is the newly regenerated mangroves. And as Peter highlighted in the morning, I think when it comes to mangrove forest, I think the forestry, the Ministry of Forestry has the mandate on that. However, I think it's very relevant for us that the Ministry of Fisheries as well, because this is you can find it within the blue space as well. So that model is okay. So this is the model that we're working with. Looking at the first step, we're trying to map the issues. I think this is where we're looking at community consultation. It's share with the community, trying to find out what are the issues they are facing, different societal issues that they are having at the moment, and understand those issues, and then we bring awareness to try and give them something that they will understand what they are actually. Most of the people at the community level, they are experiencing those issues, but they do not know what are those issues, who cause those issues, and projects we do not work by ourselves alone, but we promote partnership and cooperation with the government, and also Ministry of Fisheries is one of the ministries that we are working closely with them. Silas in Makira, I always and I really want to acknowledge the availability of the offices Silas and Steve in Makira, and also in Malaita. My friend there, I think Martin Jasper, I always communicate with him, and also other ministries like Ministry of Agriculture. So, Mifala vision, Mifala waka sa level, Mifala promoting na partnership with them government. Yeah, so that one. Move on to step 2. We organized in some communities. You would notice that the issues mainly they have committees, but the committee don't know how to act. They don't have any vision. Everybody's all over the place. But when you ask them, they say, "Oh, we have a committee." When we ask the committee, "What is your responsibility? What is your role in the community?" And they would say, maybe this one or this one, and that gives us a really clear indication that they don't know what path to lead the community. So we have to make sure that the community structures are strengthened to be ready for what we are about to bring. So with them have the capacity to lead, we will anticipate success with our project. Yeah, so it's really good to get all these leaders of the community. I think the colleagues already mentioned community leadership is very vital and significant for our projects and achieving what we are trying to help the community with. The next one is plan. It's very important after
capacitating the community leaders. We need to sit down with them and have some plans, develop some plans, regreening plans, and also management plan. So in those activities, we can see that is where we can talk about what we are going to do with this project. What are we trying to achieve? How we can achieve, and who will do the work? So how can we manage and protect the resources that we have? And we also uh, come up with some sort of approach like developing community bylaws, really focusing on protecting these critical resources. Like for Tawarega, I think there is an NPA there. I work very closely with Silas, as I mentioned, and he mentioned that we cannot uh, make things that will overlap in one particular area, but you can focus on protecting. It's like a species focused by law, so we are mainly trying to protect the mangrove. And since the community have their own bylaws already written down but not endorsed, so we help them put that in a formal way and give them to the community policy department to endorse. So it's becoming a legal document for them as well. So in that case, we are also promoting the partnership between the community and the government, like the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resource. And the other one is regreening. So this is where we carry out our activities using the different techniques, like one of the techniques that we are trying to restore the mangroves and the terrestrial forest is one of the FMNR, which is very effective because we are looking at the generating or giving the chance for the tree stumps. Many of you would think that tree stumps are useless, but when we prune them, it will regenerate a big forest within a very short period of time because they already have a good root system, and also when you prune them, the nutrients from the ground directed into one stand also sort of one shoot there. So in the mangrove, you rarely find stumps. When you cut those mangrove, you can see them dying straight away. But in other places, they say it works. So we're trying to apply that technique in there. But mainly in the mangrove area, we only help the community to protect, restore what has been lost or damaged, and help them manage those resources. And the fifth step is to monitor and celebrate it. So we train the community to also do monitoring and reporting the issues that are affecting the mangroves and also other resources that they are trying to restore. So it's also good to help the community to celebrate what anything that they see is turning out positive for them. Yeah, so the model is quite complex and it's simple in other ways, but we can talk about it. Lots of information are there to discuss, but I would finish with this model here, and I will move on to this is the FMR that we're talking about. It's part of the regreening model, but it's a technique. Like it's focusing on the tree stumps. These mangroves. This is Madakwalao in Sulawesi, North Malaita. And I don't have any pictures to put them up here, but this is the work that we are supporting with the community. So it's really good to train the community to lead. Yeah? The other model is S40, that is saving for transformation. How this model it works, you can see in other places like where World Vision has set up the fisheries facilities and like storage facilities, and also solar cover dryer, both in Malaita and sorry, not both, but in Malaita, Guadalcanal, Makira, and those areas. They have two pillars, saving producer group. Those are fishermen and farmers. So we also support them setting up those fishery storage facilities, and those in the savings groups also part of the saving producer group. So they can be fishers, they can be farmers, they can be part of the saving groups as well. So they have passbooks. They call it profit passbooks. So the money the saving producer group, they usually engage in fishing and producing cocoa and copra and sell it to the facility, those who look after the facility, and the money goes straight to and they store those products themselves. They that's their own money, but after the facility managers resell those goods or fish to the market, whatever profit they raise, it's divided among the savings group, and the other portion is goes to the sustainability of the facility. That is, if they have some part of the facility run down, they can purchase some new parts or anything that can support that. And also operational cost is also one part. So those are the models that we have. We have lots of activities that related to CBDRM, but I will not talk too much about it. If you want to learn more about these models, you can visit us, or you can email us. We can talk about it. It's really good to share this experience. Once again, everyone, I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
There are a lot of very good initiatives happening around the country. Partners implementing and one was the share. It's good that we continue the collaboration, share lessons learned, and we can expand it to other communities that we want to work with in the future. So we don't have any other partner. I think we are finishing early. That's good.
So, So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So, me name Bromi Hayato, Hayato, Hayato. Yeah, from the Miwakaro Custom Garden, also in JICA volunteer. So, this time by me talk about in Custom Garden. Then, what them? By me talk, sometimes PG, sometimes English. Okay? So, then by me introduce him about in Custom Garden. So, Custom Garden, Custom Garden is a charitable trust organization in the Solomon Islands. Then customer they usually call them KGA. Then KGA has been engaging with growing numbers of farmers in Solomon Islands since 1993. Then from 2000, maybe what that one for energy, infra register of an NGO. So under the leadership of Johnny Tutua, Johnny Tutua, I mean, Daddy Bro, Dr. Shane, yeah? Shane Tutua, yeah. Oh, so, yeah, sorry. Yes. Then Tony Jansen, him one for Australia, yeah? Australia, Aussie man. Then KJ has started as a small but innovative initiative of the Australian NGO approach. Then now, farmers who registered PMN, this one maybe one for a membership, then planting material network, over 8,000 members upload there. So I think, I mean, this time around population below Solomon, maybe under 800,000 there. So 1% of population maybe upload farmers, the members for Kastom Garden. Yes. Then vision from Mifara, I mean, a future of healthy soil that yields healthy food for a healthy nation. Yeah. And this one, I mean, planting material network, the membership, PMN. So everyone started applying for members. Then membership fee, I mean, individual $15, then group, I mean, $20. Then, so time you apply, joining membership, then you follow, receive some follow package sheet, yeah? Or same 3 follow package sheet or 5 follow package sheets. Then this one have me organic or some follow have me repackaging. So we have buy some follow, what yeah, she's bro, Chinese or Taiwan company. Then me for buy then, me for 1 spoon, then put them low. Another packet, small bag. Then me for giving for you fala. So some for Chinese cabbage or some for eggplant or tomato or yeah. This season I think melon or kind of same. And me for giving for you fala for under. So you for giving only $15 or $20, then you for have taken him. So then this one have me renew once a year. So you after 1 year you for you have paying $15 more, then you first have taken again, yeah? Free shares. Then sometimes you get opportunities to join the KG training, yeah? Okay. Then KG objectives and core areas. So to strengthen family food security and income generation through livelihoods approach, KG focuses on working with rural communities to improve food security and livelihoods, and building partnerships with international, regional government, and local stakeholders. Then promoting food crops, organic farming, and climate smart practices. So then capacity building and networking for farmers and local organizations. Then supporting marketing and value addition to local produce. Then promoting small livestock farming and youth engagement in agriculture. Then enhancing program management and organizational development. Then conserving and diversifying organic and traditional farming practices. So especially this time, about climate change, very important for here. So, Mifa Colin one for a project, CRF, meaning climate resilience farming. So, have now one for a big project. Then another project, JP. Usually help for women empowerment. So, yeah, this one, KGA core areas. Then I think Mr. Inuma let me talk about him Kastom Garden. So by me talk another one for example for another example about him partnership, yeah, with World Fish. Yeah. Yes, then yeah, this one, yeah, you saw it. you submitted him, but yeah, by me, yeah. Joint initiatives on nutrition-sensitive agriculture and food security. Then integration of fisheries and agriculture for improved community livelihoods. Then collaborative community training and awareness programs. Then shared research on sustainable resource management and climate resilience. So then we forgot one for a hub in Nusa Tupe, not one for a farm, yeah, for Nusa Tupe. So this one we established as a center for knowledge exchange, training, and demonstration of sustainable farming and fisheries practices. Yeah? So this one we one for a good hub. Then I will talk one for example of Willisman. So Hemna Willisman. So him from Malaita. Then Hemna one for a student below I love RTC. Then hem come custom garden. Then Hemna one for a intern student low custom garden. Then time hem come low custom garden. Time work low custom garden. Hem work hard. Work hard. Then hem learn him quickly. Hem learn him fast. So before a custom garden staff or yeah, custom garden officer, select him for Golo Nusa Tupe. Then time him Golo Nusa Tupe, him work hard also. So then this time him full time, full time staff bro Nusa Tupe farm. So this time me one for a good example for bro what the what the yeah. What the oh yeah, what the student, yeah, hands-on training, him sabe make him one for a new job, him sabe taking one for a new job or one for opportunity for get that. So this one good example for you for me for. So then KJ will continue to empower farmers and communities across Solomon Islands through sustainable agriculture and strong partnerships. Then collaboration with Birdfish and other partners strengthen local capacity to adapt to climate change and improve food systems. So together we are building a future where healthy soil produce then healthy food for a healthy nation. So this one maybe na activity from me for. Then and me helem what the sunflower farmers helem seed him no good or seed him no grow. But this time our what the me for column seed curator one for officer hemi use doing germination test. So what the time yeah what the hem sabe grow or no meet the time meet the test always. So yeah, this time me for confirm for hem na by grow. So yeah, please come low cast up. Then so if you have any questions, so not ask me, please ask. Sorry, yeah, sometimes me no sabe answer. So please ask. Please contact Custom Garden. So this time me for Garden one for an email info@customgarden.org. Yeah, this one have me and boss from me what Itakia Tikai him sabe looking this one. And one for operation officer sabe looking this one. Yeah, time you send this email or you sabe phone call landline or phone call mobile phone. Yeah. Okay. So I think him no one. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll check one. Mic check. If I remember. いましたか
これで、
あ、それはいらない
いや、音消しちゃったんだよね。うるさいから。
ああ、なるほど。
動くかな。
じゃあ、
オッケーオッケー、大丈夫です。
見える ?OK。wait for. Otherwise, on mana ba distributed? Okay, thank you everyone and welcome to my presentation. Actually, I was not prepared to give this presentation. Having looked through the schedule itself, I couldn't find my name. So I was not preparing anything. But then I think it's also important for me to give a presentation. Actually, this presentation was given in Vanuatu when I visited the university last year. Okay, but anyway, let me try to blend what we have or what we do here at SINU to what we are trying to discuss with regards to CBRM. Okay, so the topic of the presentation, which I'm hoping to complete within just 2 minutes or 5 minutes, it will be titled with blending traditional and modern practices for sustainable livelihood. A case study of Grupa, Makra, and Bonito. Okay, a brief introduction on what we are trying to do here is that we understand Solomon Island is rich in marine biodiversity, with fisheries playing a crucial role in the economy and food security for the local communities. Indigenous knowledge or indigenous resource management practice have historically sustained fish population ecosystem, reflecting deep cultural ties and local knowledge. Overfishing, climate change, environmental degradation threaten the sustainability of fisheries, necessitating innovative management approaches. Modern resource management techniques include science-based assessment and regulatory frameworks offer potential solutions to current challenges, especially the ones we are experiencing in the local communities. This study, or the presentation itself, examines the integration of traditional and contemporary practices, specifically for white age grouper, mud crop fattening, and as well as the bonito, which is in Izanda province. Hence, the aim is to explore how this integration can enhance sustainability, improve climate adaptation, and support community livelihood in our country. So first case study that I'm going to present is fisheries biology of white age Larrytail off the west coast of northwest Guadalcanal Solomon Islands, which is in Veracruz. The study site. So I already mentioned Veracruz, which is far west, but we said northwest Guadalcanal. So the method that we do is that we went to the communities, asked the fishermen to collect fish sample for us every month for at least a 1-year cycle. So every month for 1-year period, it will help us to understand the biology of the species itself, how it responds to the environmental fluctuations, and as well as other physical parameters of the ocean. So you can notice here, I'm accompanied with my students. So you can notice over here, Miriam, when she was a student in the Department of Fisheries Studies. If you notice, who is it? Samson Shuba and I forgot the other one, the red set. Bihola recognizing Bihola mana? Especially Bihola Tiaro. Okay, I'll proceed. Okay, so every month these fishermen provide us with fish samples. And those fish samples are moved to the Department of Fisheries Studies by vehicle, private vehicle. And in the lab, we measure the fish for total length, fork length, and standard length. And then we dissect the fish to remove the gonad itself and as well as the otoliths. So students are doing the practical exercise for us. So at the same time, it's a research for us to understand the biology itself, but it's a practical for the students as well. After we do the dissection and as well as removing the gonads, we store the gonads in these bottles and then we present them using the 70% alcohol solution. This is for histological analysis in later on. So these samples are in the lab at the moment. We do some histogram analysis on the length itself, length frequency distribution of the species itself. So as you can see from the far end,
this side. Every month, you will notice January, February, March, April, May, until December. This will help us to understand how does the size of the fish change by month for 1 year period. So this can also help us to understand the recruitment. When is the recruitment of the fish itself? On this side of it, this one is to help us understand when is the spawning season of the fish itself. So monthly change of GSI against the Falkland. GSI means gonatosomatic index, meaning to say at what particular month Glodatella pregnancy have happened. Because pregnancy Glodatella fish here, that is the time that we should close fishing so that reproduction will continue. So as you can see from there, in some months, you can notice it's from here, this is the January, and then December is here. So 6 months here, 6 months. So it means in January, values are high here. How many were pregnant? I'm pregnant. And July, no pregnancy happened. So ideally, close-up fishing for this particular fish should be on those particular time of the year. That is the information we got from here. And then we try to do the Falkland against the GSM. We want to understand at what length half of the population or half of the stock can be pregnant, half cannot pregnant. We estimated using the Falkland over here. It could be around, let's say, 210 millimeters in Falkland. That should indicate that they are probably half of the population is capable of being pregnant and half are not capable of being pregnant. This can help us for proper management of this stock as well. So this one over here, the result gives us the monthly change in gonatosomatic index. So as you can see from here, 1 represents January until 12 is December itself. So if you look on these values over here, you will notice low value of GSI having no pregnancy. So that means July until let's say September, there should be no pregnancy happening during that time. That is what the data is trying to emphasize over. So we use the scatter plot over here, and in here we use the line graph to indicate the change in monthly gonatosomatic index. We also analyze the length frequency, not length, but the relationship between the length and as well as the Falkland itself. Purpose of this one is to understand how the growth of the fish species. So we notice that there is a straight line over there. It indicates that there is a positive relationship between the Falkland and as well as the body length of the fish. Meaning to say, the bigger the length, of course, the weight of the fish is also increasing as well, which is very, very important for understanding the condition of the fish. Here's study number 2, which is the fattening process or fattening of mud crab bonery at St. George, Isabel Province, a sustainable aquaculture initiative that we are trying to promote. We struggle a bit because of lack of funding, but this one is just self-funded projects. So this is Isabel Province, and I come from that particular area, which is in red over here, this one. So we established this farm in St. George. Miriam already went there when she was a student. She always go down with me in Isabel. One of the biggest objective, not objective, but in order for us to be successful in having a mud crab farming is to understand the soil itself, the water itself, and as well as other parameters as well. So you will notice from here, we check the site itself and then we start digging, and then we, allow the seawater to come in and go out as well, so that fresh water is coming in and going out. The other thing is that then we start the stocking.
So we just use a simple technology. We go to the Chinese shop, we buy the buckets, one crab, one bucket. We sink the bucket into the water and then allow the crab to stay inside. So what we do is that, for this one, they can crawl. So we put the stick and then we tie the buckets so that buckets is stationary, especially when the tides are coming in and going out. And then you can see from the pictures here, we feed the crab. So fattening process. One thing we notice is that when we feed the crab using leftover scrap food. So we tried raw fish. We burn the fish a bit to add flavor. We noticed from our investigation over here that when you burn the fish, they eat. But when you give them raw, maybe they don't like it. That's what we noticed. But sak is the best same. So sak na may noticing that hembara grabong straight. So I have these boys over there. These are the boys that look after the farm. I'm not exploiting the kids, but they're just helping me out. You can see from here, one of my previous students, he's with the crab that we keep. He's buying this crab for his lunch. Okay, and then the final one of the tasks that we also work with is indigenous fishing knowledge. And that is, we try to document, we call it Ria in Isabel province. This is a custom net they use to catch bonito. The question that comes into my mind is that why bonito has to be caught at 3 to 6 meter depth? Because this species is in the ocean itself. But why it has to be in the 6 meter depth or 3 meter depth? That is the question that we are puzzling at the moment. Of course, we did this study in Isabel as well. We have it in Sunshine Island, and then we have it in Koge, which is right in the middle of the bush. One thing that I want to emphasize is that this village over here is right in the middle of the bush, and they are the last communities in Isabel province, probably, to be exposed to contemporary life that we are experiencing now. So because of that, yes, it's okay. So because of that, most of the traditional values they have are still maintained or intact compared to those in the coastal areas. So the approach we take is that we went to the communities as well. Miriam was with me as well. With some of the students, we went down, we visited the communities, we talked to them, and we distribute some of the questionnaires. We noticed that they use plant. Bark of the tree that is peeled over there is the one that they use. And you can see from this side, in middle, especially the nose, they use this stick, these sticks, to produce node. Node equivalent to the one we have for the gillnets. So the size of this one, it will give you the different size of the node itself. And it's unique for these people. Only them, they know how to do it. The fear is that the older generation are dying. Young people are no longer interested. And we feel that it's our responsibility to write the story so that it remains with us if our elders are gone, but the knowledge is kept. So that's why we take the initiative to go down and document their stories. So you can see from here, there are different segments of the net itself. The net itself will be the size of the soccer field, half of it, net. But it has different components, so both joining water together. Once they assemble the net itself, it becomes half the size of the football, based on its different mesh size. So you can see from there, Malangano means where in net, if you know about the cordon,
usually this one is the code where the collection will actually happen. Tuturia and the others are much more wider in size. Mostly, it allows other species to escape. So this is the schematic diagram of the net itself that we drew, especially my students who do this active drawing for me. This is just the initial sketch. The island over here is where they actually deploy the net itself. So here you can notice this one is a bit spacious, it's sandy. That is where the net will go and sit down over there. The proposal is that if we maintain this fishing activity, and then the department is at the moment, we focus on tuna bottling and smoking. If we integrate or introduce this technique to the people, then it can help to sustain their livelihood. That's the story that we want to achieve. Because the problem with the communities is one is food preservation. If we preserve food, we can able to withstand the change in climate, where it affects the catch of the stock itself, where some challenges, especially in the communities experiencing, can be addressed through this technology. So smoked, it's very simple. Our students here know how to do smoking. We have a department that works on that. So to conclude my presentation, I would say combining traditional knowledge, contemporary practices, enhance sustainability of fisheries in the context of Solomon Islands. Integration promotes the protection of fish species. Like I said, the white-edged grouper, which is the red one, bonito itself, and this will enhance ecological balance. Involving communities in decision-making, strengthen ownership, and commitment towards sustainable practices. Adaptive management strategies improve resilience against climate, changing impacts, safeguarding the livelihoods and resources. Sustainable practices support economic viability through responsible harvesting and potential market growth for products like mud crab itself. And finally, encourage policies that support the integration of traditional and modern methods. It will foster collaborative governance for fisheries management.
Thank you, Dr. Mendel, for this. This is good research. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, something that we can, as we continue, we can explore with our community. Anyone got any question of about the presentation? Yeah. Yeah.
It was so relevant in your presentation. We got a one for question about being from in the conservation space by looking to influx of some projects to account for climate resilience worker and of course that touches on conservation in green programs being taught. My question is, of course, traditional knowledge and by implement must be preserved. How do we ensure that as we make adaptive management, you be safeguarding to traditional knowledge really and make sure things align there where no immediately go adaptive management plan this time? And because it's fit for us at present, what if that takes on being part of the culture activities down too? Because that power line influence the one is your science-based documented management really compared to traditional knowledge.
Sorry, we know. Can you repeat the question itself?
Okay.
How do we make sure that there is a line between safeguarding traditional knowledge and making sure that it's not overly influenced by adaptive management skills?
Thank you. Yes, that is a very difficult question for me as well, because the question, it talks about the future, which I cannot project it as well. But Bami said, Hemi depend on how does the community see the future? Some communities are open, some communities are receptive. Like the traditional knowledge that we are trying to document, it's quite sensitive because it's it's indigenous knowledge where we have to follow the right protocols, ask it properly, and then they give us the consent to document it. Then we move on with the practice itself. So, but depending on communities that you are approaching there, how I'm answering the question. The concern of the university is that as the highest academic institution of the country, responsible for fisheries training to train the next generation, I think it's very important that we should blend contemporary practices, especially of foreign ideologies, within what is already been existing for generations by our ancestors, because our ancestors, they survived for long. And how do they survive for that long? We need to exploit it. And then we integrate it with science. Yeah? So that's the direction that we want to take or tap into. And we're going to correct in our story about that. We will make sure that acknowledgement and we go towards the communities as well. You will notice in our presentation with Fatima, all the members, especially the custodians of the knowledge set, we follow them as altar as well. Because we feel that we owe this knowledge to them. I think I'm not going to answer that question.
Sorry, we just have a minimal because I was his research assistant. When Stella was asking about safeguards and drawing the line, we just have a reminder that when we go down to the communities, we also ensure that we tell them that sensitive information in relation to their indigenous knowledge, we follow for anything that is sensitive and have authorized if not put it in the books, we can make sure we are respecting that one. And now something like that, I will answer the thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my student, for helping me out.
Thank you, Dr. Lito, for presentation video. Ini agar interest naman lo sa local market pattern. We just like sorry na success blend lo is a pro lo what people like Los Angeles those currently people are also working Los Angeles and also currently sa interest ko ta put in that one and put this a presentation there we look at that we Los Angeles. Interest of science.
Did you know that the
So makes us sim and also our success Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Success, on the question of success, in research,
Yeah.
you try and error with it. That's why it's a research. So we have trial and science.
Pag terminal batteries, mana baik second. Di ba kung single team, you notice, I think that the cocoa buckets, aluminum buckets, pag bike bracket too. I mean, so strong. We not very much challenge, but all what oil after sa grabe and pass away. I'm sick, pass away na last year. So, it's okay. Can you stop very good past time? But family blame what assure me pala why not it continue? So at the moment, missing lang ako going for me. So you go down the hole, you wait in the hole. So pag-restart din. It's a good what is it? Yung sa plan, grabe good moment na. And then may supply mo lang staff lo here too. And the markets will be, there's a demand for it. Problem naman, we need someone for full time. You cannot run the classroom here, then you run in a project with it. So I have not much biggest challenge for me. But it's a very, low cost. We should explore it. I have not much encouragement for it.
Thank you.
Arigato.
You have a question? Oh, group. Yes.
Like, findings, you take a back for what community will be there. Then they talk. Nobody, the university classes of community building, management. Oh.
Thank you, Peter, for that. We didn't go to the point that the implementation stage of it. We were just doing analysis normal. At the moment, we not publishing it, this one. Just because with this kind of information, we're not still enough for publish or scientific papers. Maybe technical report or so of course this information belongs to the communities as well. We pay the fishermen and as well as providing everything information for paying but we owe this information to especially the two fishermen who actually did the collection of data everything. But help information for the communities, especially of the even like the survival biology species, that is information earlier. Then have quite suffers, have not go in detail, but it's already a powerful information. This in what the implementation of the have a lot of communities now. By myself.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
We are doing discussion.
Okay.
Sorry, Lindon, I think today I'm getting for. I think number few lifetime research white, what is it?
White age.
Like the group have no publishing, but these are the science information where I'm really kind of big influence of policymakers, the science approach and research. Micro research section of Ministry of Fisheries, but I have to find out much precise law the fishery garden. So we don't rely too much on the research happening in other countries. But as a way forward, thank you, Dr. Lindon, please the type of approach we can help or help them now because especially policies. Currently, we only have few cobra species that are regulated under the Ministry of Fisheries. So whether what kind effort please in publishing again and some influence into the decision makers or some amending of policies. And if you research you plan for the further study your research or master's degree, please informative study or if you speak it, you need to go now with the regulation of fisheries. Very much. Thank you, David. You sound as a director of research. Yes, one for me, after serving National University Premier for 4 years, uh, biggest, not biggest, but one of the biggest limitation we have at the university is financial capacity. We want to do a lot of tasks, but we are limited because no funds. I noticed that NGOs, the government itself, through Ministry of Fisheries, you have other opportunities as well. If we work in collaboration, it will be much more easier. So that's why when the opportunity for JICA and as well as the Ministry of Fisheries and us to work together, I said, let's do it. Let's do it. And I'm so thankful. Last week, Inuma-san and Atsumi-san, and especially the JICA, I should say thank you to them for providing the opportunity to 10 students, actually 10 students, but 9 of us actually in TL. And we did some practical, not practical, but field work, especially on marine survey. When I dive in the oceans, what comes into my mind? Focus, hindi sa analyze emotion ng material. Methodology na. So what they do know, just bring the different species no. Method, same method no. Like Japan, funding you for sample analyzing of the bonats, because bonats, bioanalyzing of cell. So we are looking at the maturity stage. That is much more accurate. But you may not get a lot of equipment over here, so we wait here until I establish fisheries center of excellence, then we can do historical analysis, which by highly became strong also. So yeah, we are open to work with all the NGOs and as well as ministry itself. We work together. Because at the end of the day, you work for someone else. That's true. Thank you. Thank you.
Question? Someone?